Today we're reading from the Bhagavad-gita as it is, chapter 1, entitled Observing the Armies, text 29 and 30. Vepatus cha sarire me, Vepatus cha sarire me, Ramahashas jayate, Gandivam shramsate hastat, Tvakchaiva paridayate, Vepatus cha sarire me, Ramahashas jayate, Gandivam shramsate hastat, Tvakchaiva paridayate, Vepatus cha sarire me, Ramahashas jayate, Gandivam shramsate hastat, Tvakchaiva paridayate. Vepatus cha sarire me, Ramahashas jayate, Gandivam shramsate hastat, Tvakchaiva paridayate. Anyone else? Word for word. Vepatu, trembling of the body. Cha, also. Sarire, on the body. Me, my. Ramahasa, standing of hair on end. Cha, also. Jayate, is taking place. Gandivam, the bow of Arjuna. Shramsate, is slipping. Hastat, from the hand. Tvak, skin. Cha, also. Eva, certainly. Paridayate, is burning. Translation purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow Gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. Please repeat, my whole body is trembling. My hair is standing on end. My bow Gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. Purport. There are two kinds of trembling of the body and two kinds of standings of the hair on end. Such phenomena occur either in great spiritual ecstasy or out of great fear under material conditions. There is no fear in transcendental realization. Arjuna's symptoms in this situation are out of material fear, namely loss of life. This is evident from other symptoms also. He became so impatient that his famous bow Gandiva was slipping from his hands, and because his heart was burning within him, he was feeling a burning sensation of the skin. All these are due to a material conception of life. Text 30. Na cha shaknom yavastatum brahmativa cha me mana nimitani cha pasyami viparitani keshava. Translation. I'm now unable to stand here any longer. I'm forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. I foresee only evil. O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon. Purport. Due to his impatience, Arjuna was unable to stay on the battlefield, and he was forgetting himself on account of this weakness of his mind. Excessive attachment for material things puts a man in such a bewildering condition of existence. Bayam dvityaba neveshata shat. Bhagavatam 11.237. Such fearfulness and loss of mental equilibrium take place in persons who are too affected by material conditions. Arjuna envisioned only painful reverses in the battlefield. He would not be happy even by gaining victory over the foe. The words nibbitani, viparitani are significant. When a man sees only frustration in his expectations, he thinks, why am I here? Everyone is interested in himself and his own welfare. No one is interested in the Supreme Self. By Krishna's will, Arjuna is showing ignorance of his real self-interest. One's real self-interest lies in Vishnu or Krishna. The conditioned soul forgets this and therefore suffers material pains. Arjuna thought that his victory in the battle would only be a cause of lamentation for him. I'll read the two translations. My whole body is trembling. My hair is standing on end. My bow Gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself, and my mind is reeling. I foresee only evil, O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon. Ajnana Tamradasha Garanjana Salakaya Choksamulatam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Mukam Karati Vachalam Bhangam Lange Te Gurim Yat Kripatam Maham Vande Shri Gurundenu Taranam Nasar Presho Bhadresho Nicham Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavat Yuttama Sloke Bhakti Bhavati Naistaki. Hare Krishna. So here we see Arjuna is giving many reasons why he feels it's better not to fight, but rather leave the battlefield. And Prabhupada says in the second purport that he says that by Krishna's will, Arjuna is showing ignorance of his real self-interest. So this was Krishna's arrangement, that Arjuna was seemingly put into ignorance. Pure devotee like Arjuna is never covered by ignorance. He's a transcendental servant of Krishna, the best friend of Krishna. So he's never covered by material ignorance. So this is a pastime. Krishna's purposely covering Arjuna temporarily for the benefit of the conditioned souls, so that he can speak the Bhagavad-gita. Because if Arjuna wasn't put into so-called ignorance, why would Krishna need to preach the Bhagavad-gita? If he was fully agreeing right from the beginning, yes, I have no problems in fighting, and I understand all these, this is your desire, Krishna, and all these warriors on both sides dying, leaving their bodies in front of you, will attain the spiritual world, then Krishna would have no need to preach this whole philosophy. But Krishna's purposely putting Arjuna in ignorance, and Arjuna is purposely acting like a conditioned soul for the benefit of all of us who are conditioned souls, who are immersed in ignorance and passion, especially in Kali Yuga. There's not much goodness. Mostly it's just passion and ignorance. People have no knowledge whatsoever of spiritual understanding, no knowledge of who they are, what they're doing here, what's their relationship with Krishna, with God, what's their duties in relationship with Krishna, and where they go beyond this life. And as Prabhupada says, they're overly attached. Excessive attachment for material things puts a man in such a bewildering condition of existence. So he's saying excessive attachment, not that we can't have some attachment for material things. House, family, wife, children, car, bank balance, etc., friends, relatives. There's no harm to have some attachment. This is natural. And for devotees, there's no problem in having all these different attachments, because he dovetails them in the service of Krishna. He connects them all to Krishna. So he tries to make his family Krishna conscious. His house he uses for, putting on programs for Krishna, inviting all the sadhus. He uses cars to, go out spreading Krishna consciousness, money to put on preaching programs and print books, etc. So for devotees, no harm in having these material possessions, because he's expert and he knows how to connect them with Krishna for the benefit of the whole world and to glorify Krishna. Yes, so, and it's like Prabhupada says, one thing that causes, is a verse in the Bhagavatam, one thing that causes a disease, like a splinter, you get a splinter and it causes a disease in your body. If you get another splinter, you can take out that splinter. So the same thing that causes the disease, when applied therapeutically, can be the solution to the disease. Or Srila Prabhupada gives the example of, you eat too many milk products, like you eat too much curd at the Sunday feast and too much sweet rice, then you might get sick, especially in India. You get dysentery. But the cure for dysentery is another form of milk, the form of yogurt. Take yogurt and maybe some rice, and dysentery immediately is very quickly cured. Or as Prabhupada says, a man may use a knife. One man uses a knife to kill someone. Another man uses a knife to, like a doctor, to operate on a patient to cure him of his disease. Nothing wrong with the object. It just depends on how we use it and what our attachment is for. So generally in the material world, without Krishna consciousness, without knowledge of Krishna consciousness, all living entities are excessively attached to material things for their own selfish desires, or maybe for their extended family members, without understanding what these material things, what's the ultimate benefit of all these material things that are provided by Krishna. So here we see Arjuna purposely is put into ignorance by Krishna, and so he's coming up with all these reasons why he thinks it's better he leaves the battlefield. His whole body is trembling, his hair is standing on end, his Gandiva bow is slipping from his hand, his skin is burning. He's become temporarily, by Krishna's arrangement, covered by fear. I'm unable to stand here any longer, forgetting myself. My mind is reeling. I foresee only evil. So he's not understanding that this is Krishna's will, and he's a Kshatriya. And as Krishna says in this chapter also, that if you leave the battlefield, you'll be considered a coward by the soldiers on both sides. So he's not understanding that he's a Kshatriya, his duty to fight and restore religious principles in society by curbing down the miscreant demoniac soldiers on the other side. And he's not understanding that this is totally Krishna's arrangement. This battle has come about. Krishna wants to enthrone the rightful heirs to the throne, the Pandavas under Maharaj Yudhisthira, who are the saintly kings, whereas the kingdom has been unfairly usurped by the demoniac kings headed by Duryodhana. So Prabhupada quotes a verse from the Bhagavatam to show how the living entity in this material world, due to excessive attachment for material things, becomes very fearful. He's very fearful to lose his material possessions, because he has no understanding of where he's going to beyond this life, who he is, what's his real duty. And he's thinking, if he loses all these material possessions, wealth, family, house, family, friends, etc., relatives, then there'll be nothing left. But Krishna goes on to explain all through the Bhagavad-gita that the real wealth and the eternal wealth is Krishna consciousness, engaging in loving devotional service, bhakti yoga to Krishna. In this way we can be totally happy and ecstatic and free from all fear and all material propensities in this life, and ultimately at the end of this life be transferred to the spiritual world where there's eternal life full of happiness and knowledge and loving union and service with Krishna. And in the spiritual world there's unlimited variety of ways in which the soul can be fulfilled in connection with Krishna. Material happiness is very limited. The more we try to squeeze out some enjoyment from the senses, engaging in sense gratification, the more we become frustrated and dissatisfied. Everyone has that experience. The more we try and overindulge in materialistic pleasures, one becomes disgusted, and the pleasure is no longer there. It's the law of ever diminishing returns, the platform of materialistic life and material engagement. Whereas spiritual activity is anandam buddhivardhanam, ever increasing ocean of pleasure. Imagine a whole ocean of pleasure that just increases more and more with every step you take in loving service to Krishna. And we're just getting a tip of the iceberg by tasting Krishna consciousness through chanting and dancing and feasting and serving the deities and performing many wonderful different devotional activities, hearing this wonderful philosophy, hearing the pastimes of the Lord. We're getting a little taste, just the tip of the iceberg. Imagine if we had like full-blown Krishna Prem. Lord Chaitanya said, if I actually had love of Godhead, I couldn't stand to live in this world anymore. You know, because we're just getting a little taste, we still have, maybe speaking for myself, a lot of us may still have so many attachments still. We're still thinking, oh, it's so nice in this material world, you know. I like the scenery, I like the beaches, I like going on holidays, I like going to different restaurants. But if one wants to be serious about Krishna consciousness, then it requires full surrender. Savadama parichija mamikam saranam vrija aham tvam savapapyebhyo mokshayishami masuchaha. Krishna says, abandon all varieties of religion, just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So we have to abandon all, false paths of happiness in this world and fully surrender to Krishna. And Krishna will deliver us from all sinful reactions from many, many lifetimes. We do not need to fear. But we're thinking, I don't know if I'm ready to completely surrender to Krishna, so we've got 1 foot in the water, 1 foot in the boat. We're not going to get very far. It's like, when you take a cold bath, you just got to jump straight under the shower, You can't, oh, that's a bit cold, put my toe in first, oh, it's a bit cold, or go to the ocean middle of winter. Now, if you're fearless, you just jump straight in the ocean in the middle of winter even. Some people do that. If you go and put your toe in, oh, that's too cold, no, I don't think I can handle that. But we may naturally, as long as we're still somewhat conditioned by the modes of material nature and our material desires, then we will still be influenced by fear to a certain degree. And we can read this verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, which Prabhupada quotes here, 11.2.37, Maharaj Nimi meets the 9 Yogendras. We'll just read the English. Fear arises when a living entity misidentifies himself as the material body because of absorption in the external illusory energy of the Lord. When the living entity thus turns away from the Supreme Lord, he also forgets his own constitutional position as a servant of the Lord. This bewildering, fearful condition is affected by the potency for illusion called Maya. Therefore, an intelligent person should engage unflinchingly in the unalloyed devotional service of the Lord, under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master, whom he should accept as his worshipable deity and as his very life and soul. We can read a little bit of the purport. According to Srila Sridhar Swami, the objection may be raised that since fear is caused by ignorance, It can be dispelled by knowledge, and there is no need to worship the Supreme Lord. The living entity falsely identifies with his material body, family, society, and so on, and he simply has to give up this false identification. Then what will Maya be able to do? In reply to this argument, Srila Sridhar Swami has quoted the following verse from Bhagavad-gita 7.14. This divine energy of mind, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome, but those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. The living entity, called Jiva Tattva, is one of the potencies of the Supreme Lord, but the constitutional position of the living entity is tatastha, or marginal. Being minute, every living entity is eternally dependent upon the Supreme Living Entity, Krishna. This is confirmed in the Vedic literature as follows. Nityo nityanam chechanas chechananam ekho bahunam yo vidati kaman. Among all the eternally conscious beings, there is one supreme eternal living being who is supplying the needs of all the innumerable others. Katha Upanishad. Krishnadas Kaviraj has stated, Ekale Ishvara Krishna Arasabhyabricha. Krishna is the only independent controller. All other living entities depend upon him. C.C. Adi Leela. Just as a finger is part and parcel of the body, therefore must always be engaged in bodily service, we as parts and parcels of Krishna, Mamai Vamso Jivaloke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana, have the eternal duty, Sanatan Dham, of engaging in the unalloyed service of the Lord. So Prabhupada gives some nice examples. Out of all the eternal living entities, there's one supreme eternal living entity, Krishna, who's maintaining the needs of all living entities since time immemorial. And the other verse, Ekale Ishvara Krishna Arasabhyabricha, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and all living entities are eternally dependent upon him. Just as Hridayananda Maharaj gives the example of a finger. A finger is dependent on the rest of the body to function. If you chop your finger off, if the finger thinks, well, I don't need the body, I'll just be separate, and you chop the finger off, the finger will no longer work properly, and it will wither up and die. So unfortunately, most living entities in the material world, as Srila Prabhupada says in one of these purports, he says that where is it? Yes, everyone is interested in himself and his own welfare. No one is interested in the Supreme Self. So this is a fact. Especially in Kali Yuga, we don't see anybody practically interested in the Supreme Lord. Even though the Supreme Lord is supplying all the necessities since time immemorial for everyone, all the water that we need, the sunlight, the food, the air, even these basic necessities, no one is grateful. No one is offering in return sacrifice or glorification of the Supreme Lord Krishna. Because without this transcendental knowledge, people naturally they become just very selfish and only interested in their own welfare. But we see that people, even though they're struggling to be happy in this world, because they've separated themselves from their eternal relationship with Krishna temporarily, maybe millions of lifetimes, but it's still temporary. One day again they will come back to their senses. But that no one is happy. Everyone is frustrated. Everyone is fearful. Everyone is affected by these qualities of frustration, fear, anger, lust, envy, greed, ignorance, madness. So people don't know where to properly place their devotion. They're placing their love and devotion simply on material relationships, not understanding that these relationships are very temporary, and at the end of this life, all those relationships are taken away, and one has to enter a new body, and who knows where in the next life. But one's eternal relationship with Krishna goes on lifetime after lifetime. It's an eternal relationship. It can never be broken. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sajja Kapanaya. It states that pure love for Krishna is eternally within the hearts of all living entities. Shravanati Shuti Chedikari Adaya. Krishna. hearing and chanting about Krishna, then that natural love can come out. Well, Srila Prabhupada would quote the verse from the Bhagavad-gita, 4th canto, Itataro molanese chenena tripyati tatskanda pashopishaka prana paharach chayatendriyanam tataiva sarvahanam achuteja. Just as by watering the root of a tree, automatically the leaves, twigs and branches become nourished, or by feeding food to the mouth, all the limbs of the body become nourished and satisfied. Similarly, by worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, automatically all the parts and parcels, demigods, human beings, all other living entities become satisfied. But if we try and pour water on the leaves and branches, what's that going to do for the tree? Or maybe you can experiment tonight at the prasadam time. You get some halava, you put it in your ears, tip the dal up in through your nostrils, you rub some rice in your eyes. It's not going to satisfy you, but you'll do some great harm. But you just put it in there in the mouth, then all the senses are fully satisfied. But people they're very mad, especially in Kali Yuga. That's like this. Kali Yuga is like a madhouse. It's very difficult to get people to understand this basic philosophy. Their intelligence is very, very covered by so much ignorance and passion and so many sinful activities. Meat eating, destroys their compassion. Intoxication destroys austerity and discipline. Gambling destroys truthfulness. And illicit sex destroys cleanliness internally and externally. So it's very difficult. What hope is there for them to understand? Even the basic philosophy. Krishna says in chapter 2, 29, Aschayavat paschiti kaschidinam, Aschayavat vatiti tatavachanya. Some people look on the soul as amazing. Some people describe the soul as amazing. Some people hear about the soul as amazing. And other people, even after hearing about the soul, they cannot even understand the soul at all. So there's a basic understanding, just understanding that we are the spirit soul. We're not this body. But most people can't even get that. And it's like, insane asylum, this material world, basically. Like, if you go to an insane asylum, people are claiming to be someone who they are not. So maybe someone's claiming to be Jesus Christ, or someone's claiming to be Krishna. Someone's claiming to be Hitler or Napoleon or Julius Caesar. And the doctors have to come around and give them injection to try and bring them back to sanity, help them realize that they're none of these personalities. They need all the help they can get. They're crazy. But the mad person will think, I'm not crazy. You, the doctor, you're the one who's crazy. And they'll try and turn the needle around and jab it in the doctor. So it's like us when we go out for preach. In the madhouse of Kali Yuga, people are saying all sorts of excuses. No, I don't need this. I've got no time, no interest. I've got no money. All sorts of excuses. Or sometimes they say, you're mad. You people are mad. You shave your head. You've given up the real pleasures of life. You've given up intoxication, illicit sex, meat eating. That's crazy. Prabhupada said that one of his godbrothers was asked by some big British minister in India at the time, back in 1915, 20, like that. The minister said, can you make me... He was a lord, He was a British lord. And he said, can you make me a Brahmin? And the devotee said, yes, sure. But you'll have to give up intoxication, gambling, illicit sex, meat eating, and that the big lord, he was, famous person, very famous, very highly respected, but he said impossible. These are our pleasures of life. So difficult. How many people do we see coming to the temple, coming to hear this philosophy? Most people are very, very sidetracked by their material attachments, deep material attachments. And the soul has been deeply materially attached for millions of lifetimes in this material world. Not just in the human form of life, but even in the animals. Deeply attached to these material connections of gratifying the senses, attached to wife, children, house, possessions, etc. So can take a lot of purification. People need a lot of purification to understand this philosophy. Prabhupada said about people in the West that just give them a little bit of philosophy, but mostly just prasadam and Harinam Sankirtan. The chanting, loud chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and give them opportunities, like take lots of prasadam. Prabhupada said if they get these opportunities again and again, this will instill faith in their heart. And with faith, then they can more easily understand this philosophy. Because at the moment, most people are very faithless. And Krishna says in Bhagavad-gita, 9th chapter, Shradadhana Purusha, Dhammashasha Shradadhana Purusha, Dhammashasha Parantapa, Aprapya Mamni Vatante, Mrityu Samsara Vatmani. It says, therefore, Arjuna, those who are faithless cannot attain me, therefore they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. And Srila Prabhupada said faith is the intrinsic trust that simply by following this process of Krishna consciousness, we can achieve the ultimate perfection of life, of reviving our pure love for God, for Krishna, and getting out of this world of birth and death and going back to the eternal world, spiritual world, for full life of happiness and knowledge. And Srila Prabhupada also says faith is created in the association of devotees. So it's very important that people get association again and again with devotees. And they become inspired by seeing saintly devotees, or just by hearing from devotees or rendering some service to the devotees. They get very, very purified and enlivened. There's one verse... Sadhu Sangha, Sadhu Sangha, Shastra Koi, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Savasiddhi Hoi. Even a moment's association with a pure devotee can guarantee one all success of life. That's how powerful the association of devotees is. We all have that experience that by coming into Krishna consciousness, associating with devotees, associating with Srila Prabhupada is still here in his books, in his Murti form, in his movement. So we're getting association of so many wonderful devotees, and it's so powerful and so purifying and so enlivening. Therefore, we have to create opportunities for other people, thousands and millions of people out there, to get the association of devotees so they can become inspired to take up this process of Krishna consciousness, so they can become free from all material, unnecessary attachments and all materialistic qualities like fear, described in this verse, fear, anxiety, ignorance, illusion, all these qualities which are blocking their advancement on the spiritual path. So sometimes it's described, this material world, as like a deep dark well. We're in the deep dark well of ignorance, but if we're very fortunate, spiritual master comes along and offers us the rope of Krishna consciousness. Like, if someone gets stuck in a well, like in India, apparently there's many wells which are old and they're covered by grass, and you may be walking in the field and you may fall into one of these wells without seeing it. And if there's no one around, no one sees you fall in, then very difficult for someone to get out, unless someone sees them fall in and offers them a rope. And they have a chance of pulling themselves out. But there may be so many distractions, like maybe a tiger at the top, or there may be some rats gnawing at the rope, or some bees hovering at the top, so it's not easy to get out. So many challenges. So that's like us. We're in this deep dark well of material existence. We've got the rope from our spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, and his representatives, the whole process of Krishna consciousness. Now we're grabbing onto that rope, but it's not easy. It's a difficult path. There may be so many obstacles on the way. So many material desires may come up, so many attractions to the material world. We get frustrated because we think we're not making advancement, and we become once again allured by the material, bright lights of material illusion. Because the divine energy, Krishna says, is very difficult to overcome. This divine energy of mine is difficult to overcome, Krishna says. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. So without surrendering to Krishna, it's very difficult to cross over the ocean of material attraction and desires. And people are taking the very insignificant pleasures as to be a great deal in this world. Just like there's a story in the Mahabharata of a man, he's getting chased by a tiger and he comes to a cliff and he looks over the cliff, but then there's a crocodile down the bottom in the river. So he can't go down and he can't go back on the land. So he looks over and there's a tree hanging over the cliff. So he thinks my only solution to not be killed by the crocodile and to save my life from falling to the crocodiles or getting eaten by the tiger is to grab onto the branch of this tree for my dear life. So he grabs on and he looks up and there's a beehive. And then there's some honey dripping out of the beehive. And he catches some of that honey on his tongue and he's thinking, that's such a wonderful taste, such wonderful honey. He forgets about his impending death. At any moment he's going to lose his grip gradually and fall to the crocodiles. So this is like our position in the material world. We get a little so-called taste of sense gratification, material enjoyment. We become completely enamored by these so-called pleasures, so much so that we completely forget about our eternal relationship with God, with Krishna, and we forget about our impending death, that at any moment death is going to come and take us to some other destination, some other life, who knows where. Especially if we don't practice Krishna consciousness, then, and if we live an animalistic life, then the Bhagavad-gita, Krishna assures us, we will get a more suitable body. If we base our whole life on just eating, then there's many bodies more suitable, like cows or elephants. So you can eat to your heart's content for like many, many hours straight. Tons of food, right? The elephant eats a ton of food every day. Or if you base your life on just sleeping, you get a bear's body in your next life. You can sleep 6 months a year. You base your whole life on sex life, then you can get a body of a pig or a dog. You can enjoy much better sex life. A pigeon has sex life, something like 60 or 70 times an hour. So this human form of life is not very suitable just for sense gratification. But if one has those desires, then Krishna's laws of nature will provide a better body. So we see as gradually as the Bhagavad-gita progresses, then Krishna's preaching the philosophy of Krishna consciousness and preaching to Arjuna that he is an eternal soul. All these soldiers are eternal souls. Even though they die in the battlefield, they are not killed, only the body is killed. And because they're Kshatriyas, to die on the battlefield is glorious. They will attain at least the heavenly planets. And because they die in front of Krishna, because Krishna is present, they will achieve the spiritual world. So there's no loss. And Krishna, later in chapter 3, he states to Arjuna, text 30, Mai savani kamanim sanyas yadyatma chetasha nirashena mamo bodva yujyasva vikatajvara. Therefore, Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims to proprietorship, and free from lethargy, fight. So this is also like us in the material world in practicing Krishna consciousness. If we want to attain the success of being fully Krishna conscious, being totally free of all material attachments and desires and lower qualities, then we have to follow this program set out by Krishna, surrendering all our works to him, have full knowledge and understanding of Krishna, no desires, engage in service to Krishna without desire for profit for ourselves, no claim to proprietorship, not claiming that, I'm a big man in this world, I own so much money and so many mansions, and I have so many servants at my fingertips. No, we should, nothing belongs to us. Everything belongs to Krishna. Everything's meant for his pleasure, even our body. And free from lethargy. We shouldn't be lazy, but fully engage in just like Arjuna takes up the fight and defeats the soldiers on the opposing side. So we have to take this fight of Krishna consciousness, fighting for our birthright to serve Krishna and to give Krishna consciousness to others. Srila Prabhupada said when we go out and preach, it's like we're soldiers, Lord Chaitanya's soldiers, going out on the battlefield of Kali Yuga to deal with the conditioned souls. And it may be very difficult, we may get so many rejections, but we have to keep on fighting by giving people the chance to take to Krishna consciousness. This is the real battle for the Sankirtan soldiers. Trying to convince people who are hell-bent on materialistic pleasures and pursuits of life. They're very, very hell-bent, trying to turn them around to attract them to the wonderful beauty of Krishna and the process of Krishna consciousness. And Krishna says later in Bhagavad-gita in chapter 14:26, Mam cha yo vyabhicharine bhakti yogena sevati sagunan samatitjaitan brahma bhuya kalpate. One who engages fully in devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman, or full Krishna consciousness. So if we just engage fully in Krishna service, unfailing in all circumstances, so we never give up our practice of Krishna consciousness, 24/7 we try and practice Krishna consciousness, always think of Krishna. Krishna says, Tasmat savekshu kaleshu mamanushmara yujita, chapter 8, text 7, that you should always think of me in the form of Krishna. At the same time, carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your mind and intelligence fixed on me and your activities dedicated to me, you will attain me without doubt. So we have to 24/7 practice in serving, remembering, worshipping, hearing about, preaching about Krishna. Srila Prabhupada says if you have a cup of milk full to the top and you try and pour some ink in, the ink can't penetrate. But if your cup is only half full of milk and you pour the ink in, the ink will contaminate the milk. Interesting example. So if our cup is full of Krishna consciousness, 100%, then Maya can't enter. We can't be affected by the modes of material nature. As I quoted the verse, at once transcends the modes of material nature. And we can be situated in pure goodness, Sudasattva. We can always be situated in pure goodness. If we take advantage of what Srila Prabhupada has given us, especially the 5 most powerful items of devotional service, associating with devotees, sadhu sangha, nam kirtan, chanting Hare Krishna, Bhagavat Sravan, hearing the Bhagavad-gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Mathuravas, living in a holy place like these holy dhams, and Sri Murti Sevaya Sradaya, worshipping the deity with great faith and reverence. And every day we have the opportunity to surround ourselves, immerse ourselves in these most powerful items of Krishna consciousness, and we feel that we feel great protection from the material energy, and we feel that fear and stress and anxiety that's very prominent in the material world, and ignorance and madness, illusion, all these lower qualities, we feel them just like being cleansed out of our heart, washed away very easily. So the proof of the pudding is in the eating. When you eat prasadam tonight, if you're hungry, you'll feel pleasure, nourishment, and freedom from hunger. It's automatic. No one has to write you a certificate. No, now you're satisfied. Now you're freed from hunger. No, it's automatic. This verse is also in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam. Bhakti pareshana bhavo viraktir anyatra chaisha trika ekakala prapadyamanasya yatasnatastush tushti pushti shud apayano nagasham. That devotion to Krishna, direct knowledge of Krishna, and detachment from all the material illusions of this world, they come automatically with every step we take in service to Krishna. And the example is given, tushti pushti shud apayona gasham, just like a hungry man with every bite, especially a prasadam, he feels nourishment, freedom from hunger and pleasure. So we practically experience the higher taste of Krishna consciousness, simply by chanting, dancing, hearing some philosophy, doing some service, taking prasadam, right? It's very, as Krishna says, it's everlasting and joyfully performed. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets, by chapter 9, text 2, Rajavijam Rajagoyam, Pavitram Idamuttamam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It's the purest knowledge because it gives direct perception of the self in relationship to Krishna. And it's everlasting and joyfully performed. 24 hours a day, our whole life, eternally. We can be in ecstasy. And it's very, very joyful, very happy process. And we have to be obviously a little humble to accept this philosophy. Most people are very proud, especially in Kali Yuga. Srila Prabhupada would quote, "A pauper is proud of his penny." People don't have much, even materially a lot of people don't have much, but they're still very proud of their little bit of knowledge or their little bit of possessions. And what to speak of spiritually, people have nothing. They're very poor spiritually, but people are very proud. And if people are very proud, then it's very difficult for them to humble themselves and understand they are an eternal servant of the Supreme Lord. So humility is very important, that we understand we're an eternal servant of the servant of the servant of the Supreme Lord, very infinitesimal, but still we have an important part to play, just like the screw in the microphone. It's a very small part of the whole microphone. If it's separated from the microphone, it's useless. But even though it's very small, when it's connected to the microphone, it has very useful purpose. So Srila Prabhupada once he humbled one of his leaders to show him his very minuscule position. So he said, out of the whole creation of the Lord, the spiritual world, this material world, it's just like one little cloud in the sky of the whole creation. It seems very vast, this material world, but it's just like a cloud in the sky. And in this material creation, there's billions of universes. We're in one universe out of billions of universes. And in one universe, there's billions of planets. We're in one small planet, planet Earth. And out of the whole planet Earth, there's many, many countries. We're in one country, America, which is only a small part of the whole Earth. And out of this big country, America, there's thousands of cities. And we're in one city, Los Angeles, which seems very big. It's only a dot on the map of America. And in this one big city, there's many, many suburbs, and out of many suburbs, there's many, many streets in each suburb. And Prabhupada said there's one Tamal Krishna Goswami, thinking he's very important. So he was the leader, he was the temple president at the time in Los Angeles. So Srila Prabhupada gave this example to help us realize how we have to be very humble, realize our very minuscule position, but that we have an important part to play in serving Krishna. Does anyone have any questions or comments? We can read the verses again, 2 verses again, for those who came late. So it was text, where are we? Chapter 1, text 29 and 30. My whole body is, this is Arjuna speaking to Krishna, my whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow Gandhiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself, my mind is reeling. I foresee only evil, O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon. Anyone have any questions or comments? It's really nice. You can all come to class. It's very important if we want to be fixed up in Krishna consciousness to regularly hear this philosophy so that we can properly understand what we are doing here, who we are, what's our relationship with Krishna, what's the benefit of following this process, what's the ultimate goal, attaining pure love for Krishna, going back to the spiritual world, getting free from the temporary situation of birth and death, one lifetime after lifetime in this material world. So we're not trained in this material world with any real philosophy. No, any institution. Srila Prabhupada said even the biggest universities in the material world, where's that university? Teaches the science of the soul, or the science of Krishna consciousness, the science of the eternal relationship of the soul with the Supreme Soul. You can go to Sydney Uni, Melbourne, Harvard, Oxford University. There's not one course at any of these big universities on this most important knowledge. But Srila Prabhupada says the soul is the most important part of the body. Without the presence of the soul, the body is useless. So it's the most important science, to understand the science of the soul in connection with the Supreme Soul, Krishna. Any questions before Prashad? We have a few minutes left. Anything you don't understand, or any realizations? Any doubts? Just before you go on, do we have another microphone? Because so it can go on YouTube? Yeah.
Because I feel different after I chant, that's a proof that Krishna exists.
Because you feel different. Who was saying this?
It was someone I follow on Instagram, but
okay.
I thought that was really powerful, yeah.
Yeah, well, definitely, if we chant sincerely and purely, then we do feel definitely different. We feel more happy, more free of anxiety, free of fear. We become free of illusion. We start to understand who I actually am, that I'm not this body, I'm not the mind or intelligence, I'm the soul within. I'm eternal. I don't die when this body dies. I have an eternal relationship with God, with Krishna. So we get so many realizations just by chanting. Because the name of Krishna is non-different from his Supreme Self. So when you're chanting, you're getting direct association with Krishna. In the material world, you can chant Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola, or Mr. John, Mr. John. How long can you chant for? A couple of minutes and you'll get totally sick of it. The devotees have been chanting for 10, 20, 40, 50 years, chanting Hare Krishna on their beads and kirtan, and they're equally enthusiastic every day to keep on chanting. Because it's not a mundane vibration. There's one verse, Nama Chintamani Krishnas Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha, that the holy name Krishna, Hare Krishna, is non-different from Krishna. The personal form of Krishna, his potencies, his pastimes, his qualities are all invested in the holy name, Hare Krishna. It's absolute. So when in the material world, if we want to associate with a person, we can't just call out their name, Mr. John. We can't get their association just by chanting out Mr. John. Whereas on the spiritual platform, we can get the direct association of Krishna just by chanting his name or hearing his instructions or hearing about his pastimes or his qualities. They're all absolute, as good as his original personal self. And chanting Hare Krishna is the Yuga Dharma, it's the process for Kali Yuga, given in many, many references and many, many scriptures. Harinama, Harinama, Harinama eva kevalam. Kalo Nischeva, 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 Gatir Anyata. In this age of Kali, the only means of deliverance is to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. There's no other way, no other way, no other way. So many verses like that. Special concession. We just have to chant Hare Krishna, dance, and feast on Krishna Prasadam. Very simple process. We don't need any previous spiritual qualification. Don't need to have come from a famous family or a very pious family. Most of us, had no spiritual understanding, engaged in many, many sinful, abominable activities, but that's no bar to taking up Krishna consciousness. And as you say, you can practically experience this process does work. It's not just dry theory. Just like you're going to eat a nice meal now and you'll practically experience that you feel nourishment and freedom from hunger and great pleasure. Any other questions? Comments? Jackson, looks like you have a question brewing there. No. So, thank you for coming tonight, Hare Krishna, and please come regularly, as much as possible, and in your spare time, read these books. There's so much nectar to be had in hearing these wonderful instructions of the Lord, Krishna, and wonderful pastimes of the Lord. And especially hearing this philosophy in the association of devotees. It's nice we read by ourselves, and that's important, we should do that, but also hearing this philosophy in the association of devotees is even more powerful. What's that verse? Devotees are enlivened by Machita Parayanta Parasparam Katayantas Chimam Nicham Tushanti Charamaticha. Thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully dedicated to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Yes, so we should always enlighten one another. Yes. That's right, yeah, 10:9. 10:8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Can know everything, yes. Okay, so I think we'll finish that, 6 o'clock. Thank you very much for your attendance. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Mahaprashanam Ki Jai. Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Yeah. Which day is it?
I should have bagged the 10th canto. I mean the 10th chapter. I've got some juicy ones in there. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Gaite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Gaite. I'll sing something, you can join in. I'll sing something else. You can. I mean, I can direct you to this song. You want to grab a song book and I'll show you the song? This is a song by Rupa Goswami, who was Radharani's maid servant in the spiritual world. Very extraordinary, elevated soul. Excuse me. Eyes are failing. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Maybe you can sit together so he can also see. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Mandala Mahite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Damodara Rati Vardana Vese Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipine Se. Damodara Rati Vadana Vese Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipine Se. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Vrishabhanutadi Navasasileke Lalita Sakhi Guna Ramita Vishake. Vrishabhanutadi Navasasileke Lalita Sakhi Guna Ramita Vishake. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Karunam Kuruvai Karuna Bharite. Sanaka Sanatano Vanita Charite. Karunam Kurumai Karuna Bharite. Sanaka Sanatano Vanita Charite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula
Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Krishna, Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Sri Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Sri Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Sri Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Krishna, Krishna, Jai Krishna, Jai Sri Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. I think I missed the key. Give it another go. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol, Radha Ramana Hari Bol, जय जय राधा रमन हरि ओम 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 जय जय राधा रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल जय जय राधा रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल जय जय 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 राधा रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल हरि बोल राधा रमन जय जय राधा रमन हरि बोल राधा रमन हरि बोल 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 शिव जय जय गौरचंद्रे आरती का शोभा शिव जय जय गौरचंद्रे आरती का शोभा जानवी तातवाने जगमान लोभा की बादो की रे निताय चान्व में कदा था Nikate Adaita Srini Vasachatra Rara Ibo Bosi Ache Gauratan Naratna Singho Sane Arati Koren Brahma Adideva Gane Nana Hari Hari Kori Chamadadhu Raya Sanjaya Mukunda Bhasu Gosadigaya Kiva Sankavade Ganto Paje Vaje Kado Kala Madhura Mridango Bhaje Parama Rasana Sanka Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Sanka Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Sankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Sankha Baje Sankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Madhur 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 Baje Madhur 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 Baje Nitai Gaura Hari Bo Hari Bo Hari Bo Hari Bo Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Haribo. He Baba ho Koti Chandra Jini Vadana Yujana Gala de se vanno malo Kore jalo malo Kiba Shiva Sukha Narada Premi Gato Gato Bhakti Vinoda Deke Gaurara Sang Pada Jaya Jaya Gaura Chandeya Rutika Subha Janavi Tatovani Jagamana Lobha Gaurange Parutik Shobha Jagajanno Vanalobha Gaurange Rajutik Shobha Jagajanno Vanalobha Gaurange Rajutik Shobha Jagajanno Vanalobha Gaurange Rajutik Shobha Jagajanno Vanalobha Jagajanno Vanalobha Jagajanno Vanalobha Nitai Gaur Haribo 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 Gaur Haribo Nitai Gaur Haribo 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 Gaur Haribo Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutane Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunya Vadi Pasyatyadesu Tarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Jai Satinandana Gaura Hare. Gaura Hare, Jaya Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare, Jaya Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare, Jaya Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare, Jaya Gaura Hare. Nitai Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaura Hare, Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Krishna Balaram, Jayo Giri Govardhan, Krishna Balaram, Jayo Giri Govardhan. Jayo Radha Govindan Hari, Radha Govindan Hari Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bo. Jai Sri Radha Govardhana Ki. Jai Sri Gaunitai Ki. Sri Krishna Balaram Ji Ki. Giriraj Govardhana Ki. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki. Shomaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari. Would you like to sing, Prabhuji?
Namaste, Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladhadayine Praladhadayine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Silatankanakalaye Silatankanakalaye Hito nisimho padato nisimho Hito nisimho padato nisimho Jato jato jami tato nisimho Jato jato jami tato nisimho Bahe nisimho ridaye nisimho Bahe nisimho ridaye nisimho Nisimhamadim sharanam prapadye Nisimhamadim sharanam prapadye Tavakara kamalavare nakam adbhuta sringam Dalithariranya kashipu tanu bringam Kesavadrita narahari rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamalavare Naka Adbhuta Sringa Dalithariranya Vipu Tanu Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Kesavadrita Nadahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Nisimhadev, 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 Jaya Nisimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Shri Bhagavan ki Jai, Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki, Shri Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Gaur Premanandi, Hari 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 Bol.
Thank you, sir. Nice kirtan. Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunja Bihari, 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 Jai Gopi Chana Vallabha, Jai Gopi Chana Vallabha, Jai Girivardhari, Jai Girivardhari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunja Bihari, Jasodanandana, Braja Janarandana, Jasodanandana, Braja Janarandana, Jasodanandana, Braja Janarandana, Jasodanandana, Braja Janarandana, Jamuna Tiravanachari, Jamuna Tiravanachari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Extra mercy today. Oof. Let us consider what can be done in a very brief period of time. Huh? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. I can't even pull it off. Too much going on. I think I jumped through. Oh, you know what, we could do the Australian melody, the famous Australian melody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Radha Govardhan Hari ki jai, Shri Shri Gaunitai ki jai, Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ji ki jai, Giriraj Govardhan Hari ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namah. Anantakoti Vaishnav Vrinda ki jai. Oh, you got a treat tonight, mate. You've got the full 15-minute extra. A lot of bonus time. It's literally Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.